So how long is Peace Walker? That's a pretty short one, isn't it? Oops. Same as Metal Gear Solid 4? It's a whole game? I thought it was gonna be like a Ground Zeroes. Oh, is Ace just being a funny guy? Ha! Ace, you a funny guy. No. Maybe pause for difficulty. Let's jump into this. Haha. Peace Walker's a full game, really? I didn't expect that. Why is this not called Metal Gear Solid 5 then? Okay. Was Ground Zeroes a whole game? Because I remember that being one mission. I never finished it though, so. Wait, I didn't finish reading that. Konami. HD edition. Wait, did I play this out of order? Was I supposed to play this first before 4? I'll do Peace Walker. Instruction manual. Why is this called HD edition then? Oh, this was a PlayStation Vita game, I think? Movie marathon. Well, I knew that. That's why I was confused as to why this one's the HD edition. Has to be uppercase. Oh, I see, okay. Select your control scheme. Shooter type, action type, hunter type. What is MPO? Why is crouch on D-pad down? Oh, it's the same. Okay. Oh, auto aims on the select button. And the square button. That's a nice click sound. Co-ops. Alright. Checkbox. No. Where did he go?
Hey, boss! Wanna go around?
Good, a place to sing.
Look alive, ladies! The boss is gonna join us! Show him how it's done, boss! Your first priority in enemy territory is knowing your surroundings. Your life depends on where you are looking, and how fast you can identify your targets. Therefore, you must first master moving your line of sight.
Oh, the 70s are the best.
To move your line of sight, use the right stick. Now, when I give you an order, look in that direction. Look up. Good. Look down. Good. You should be familiar with the up and down controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. Next, we'll check your left and right. Look right. Good. Look left. Good. You should be familiar with the left and right controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on.
This was actually really clever game design in another game, where the guy tells you to look left and right like this, and it sets your inverted settings.
Next, I'll explain how to change stances. If you just stand there like an idiot in front of an enemy, you might as well kill yourself now! At times, you will need to get low to avoid detection. You have 3 stances: stand, crouch, and lying down. To change stances, use the crouch button.
What is this, Neo?
Tap the crouch button to change between standing and crouching. You can move in either stance. Hold the crouch button and keep it held to lie down. However, you cannot move while you are lying down. I'll say that again.
What?
You cannot move while lying down. Is that clear?
That's interesting.
Good. Next, we'll work on your movement. Use the left stick to move around. Tilt it a little to walk slowly. Tilt farther to run. Decide which to use based on your situation. Remember that your footsteps are louder when running, making you easier to discover. Be careful! Good! Now we have rolling. Rolling is useful for knocking down enemies in your way, and for getting away when surrounded. You can also use it to jump over small ditches and other obstacles. To roll, tap the crouch button while running. You got that? Tap the crouch button while running!
Tap the crouch button while running! That's not.
That's it!
When the enemy
Next,
is far
I will explain
away.
how to attack without gunfire. You may run into an enemy unexpectedly. You may not have a weapon on you, or you may be out of ammo. You'll still need an effective attack strategy.
How do I do that?
Strike and the enemy won't know what hit him. To strike an enemy, press the attack button while standing still. On my command, press the attack button repeatedly and take
Maybe I
down your
will play
opponent.
Metal Gear Rising after Peace Walker.
Go.
I'm ready, boss.
I'm ready, boss. Oh.
That is incorrect, boss! Fine work, boss! Next, we're gonna practice using the stun rod. Hitting someone with the stun rod will
Stun
shock
rod?
them 1.5 million volts. Anyone on the receiving end of that is guaranteed to be out cold. To use the stun rod, press the aim button to ready it, then press the attack button. You'll be glad to know we're using mock stun rods for this training session. When your partner attacks, make him believe it's the real deal. Prepare yourself for stun rod training. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Now we'll move on to CQC.
Yeah.
CQC, or Close Quarters Combat,
Oh.
refers to when engaging an enemy in battle at very close range. It is a quick and efficient way of eliminating a threat. There are various CQC techniques. We will go over each of them. Don't get cocky because you think you know them.
I know them.
This will be different from what you're used to.
What?
Pretend you are learning it for the first time.
That's a lie.
The first technique is throwing your opponent. To do this, position yourself near your opponent and press the attack button while you tilt the left stick. Be sure to press the attack button when the icon appears. Now, wait for my command and throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Whoops.
That is incorrect, boss!
Sorry, I didn't mean it.
Boss, you have to press the attack button as you tilt the left stick. That is incorrect, boss!
I see.
Impressive, boss! Next, I'm going to teach you how to restrain an opponent close to you. This is a cornerstone of CQC. Grab hold of an enemy, and the bastard's life is in your hands.
Whoa,
What you do
language.
from there is up to you. Just know that if you restrain him for too long, the average person will most likely pass out. Something to keep in mind. Let's begin. To restrain your opponent, hold down the attack button while near them. Restrain your opponent on my command.
I'm ready, boss.
Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Now we will throw your opponent after restraining them. To throw an enemy to the ground, press a direction on the left stick when you have them restrained. Restrain your opponent and throw them on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
I'm ready, boss.
Impressive, boss! Now we will try CQC against multiple enemy opponents.
Wait, what?
You can also take out a group of enemies by throwing an opponent you have restrained. First, restrain an opponent by pressing the attack button near them. Then, tilt the left stick to throw them. By tilting the left stick toward other enemies, you can send your captive flying straight into them. On my command, restrain and then throw your opponent.
Is this lore?
Go!
I'm ready, boss.
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Again! Go!
Again?
Boss.
I'm ready, boss.
That is incorrect, boss! That is incorrect, boss! That is incorrect, boss! Fantastic! Alright! Why don't we do something special since the boss is here? Anyone who feels like getting their ass kicked, step forward. Don't hold back, boss. When you're surrounded by multiple enemies, you'll have to take them on one after the other. To do it, simply press the attack button again while throwing the current enemy. Just be sure to wait for the icon to appear. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Boss, press the attack button when the icon appears.
I mean, is that not it? I saw an icon. Oh. I see, okay.
Boss, press the attack button when the icon appears. I'll explain it again. When you're surrounded by multiple enemies, you'll have to take them on one after the other. To do it, simply press the attack button again while throwing the current enemy. Just be sure to wait for the icon to appear. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Next. Boss, press the attack button
What do you
when
mean?
the icon appears. Next. Boss, press the attack
what do you
button
mean?
when the icon appears. Next. Boss,
Is that, how is that not correct? What am I doing wrong?
Next.
I see, okay.
Fantastic!
It didn't work because I was throwing him into another person.
Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Next. Fine work, boss! And stop! That's it for today! Thank you, boss! Snake!
That's me. That's okay, it's one ring. What is this?
We've got guests.
Time to move.
Don't worry, it's not our friends from Langley.
So this comes after 5.
Made sure we won't follow.
Thank you, big boss.
Call me Snake.
Oh, sorry, Vic boss.
Listen up. For us, there is no victory.
But in revolution, doesn't one triumph or die?
We don't do
Is it before 5? Thought the kid's name that we rescue eventually was named Cause.
Thank you. I feel like a new man. There's no coffee like Costa Rican coffee. So, what brings a distinguished scholar from the Costa Rican government to Colombia?
Professor Galvez comes from Costa Rica's University for Peace.
You see, over the past year, there have been sightings of an armed group in Costa Rica. They're not ours.
Oh, Master Miller, that's right.
Costa Rica doesn't have an army.
Correct.
I just remember him as
12
Master.
of our Constitution states that the army as a permanent institution is abolished.
The Peace Constitution.
You think it's rebels who fled Nicaragua? No, they don't appear to be guerrillas. They're far too organized.
What's your government's take?
The authorities in San Jose claim it's a multinational security firm, hired by the Development Corporation of Costa Rica. Lies, obviously. They're bringing in state-of-the-art weaponry and equipment by the shipload.
Where'd they get that kind of cash?
I fear La CIA may be involved.
The CIA.
As you both know, the United States views Central America as its backyard. Even after Cuba, we've managed to maintain a delicate balance with the US.
And your government can't just give them the boot?
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Japan's constitution has something similar. Article 9. It says Japan renounces war and can maintain an army.
I understand that you and your men have neither state nor ideology. That you will fight any foe. Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. We come to you, the Militaires Sans Frontières.
So, you want to hire us?
Yes, as our deterrent. We can't afford to pay much, it's true. But we can offer you this. A forward operating base. An offshore plant in the Caribbean.
Sounds pretty good to me. This place is becoming a mess anyway. Snake, we need someplace we can settle down.
The government's agreed to cooperate. Unofficially, of course.
A chopper for transport would be nice too.
I'll see what I can do.
Hold it. You seem to think we're just a pack of dogs of war. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've heard. You're an army without a state.
No, we've only left our countries behind.
Please.
Oh
you
yeah, I
must
do
help
need to
us.
do laundry.
If your suspicions are true, force isn't gonna do any good.
These
You'll have to
cutscenes
find
are
a political
weird.
solution.
The government's hands are tied.
Go back to your bosses in San Jose. Tell them if they want, I'll introduce them to a negotiator I know.
No. I'm not here on their behalf.
So, what are you doing here?
For over 20 years, I've preached the virtues of peace at multiple universities. Tonight, I stand before you as an educator. This is my student. She came to me to study peace. Her name is Paz. Paz Ortega.
That's who I'm thinking of. Tara Strong.
Peace.
No kidding. That's my name too.
What?
Kazuhira. It's Japanese for peace. Pleased to meet you, Paz. Call me Kaz.
They've got a supply port north of Puerto Limon, a town in La Costa del Mar Caribe. A few days ago, Paz stumbled upon that facility while searching for a lost friend. She was captured. She's only a child, 16 years old. They did terrible things to her, but somehow she managed to escape.
Oh. My God.
She's huérfana. Her mother died when she was small, and she lost her grandparents in the Civil War. She hates war with a passion like no other.
My name is Paz, and I will do anything to protect my namesake. It is my one and only purpose. Please, get them out of my country. Make them leave Costa Rica.
Sorry, kid.
We know who you are, Big Boss. That is why we've come to you.
Huh? How did they know? Crazy vision. Think I'm alright?
Miller
Hey.
here. Do you copy, Snake? I see you've landed. That makes one giant leap for us. I'm sending this from the offshore plant, our mother base. The signal is unidirectional. I'll be giving you commands and advice through this channel. Keep your headphones on at all times and pay attention. Also, make sure no one else can listen in. Snake, are you clear on the controls? Take a minute to refresh your memory. Use the left stick to move. Use the right stick to adjust your view.
Oh, you have to hold it. Interesting.
To change your settings, use the Start button to open the menu. There's no one around. Why not try some shooting practice?
No.
Select a target and squeeze off a round or two. Press the directional buttons while holding the R2 button to switch weapons. Ready your weapon with the L1 button. Then press the R1 button to fire. Select equipment by pressing the square or circle button while holding the L2 button. To check your map, press the Start button to open the menu. The M16 is a standard assault rifle, capable of rapid fire.
Well, this is different.
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base. The facility you're headed for is past that fence. A grenade should be able to take out that gate. Grenades explode. You throw them, Snake? Use the L1 button to ready throwing weapons. Once you've readied the weapon, throw with the R1 button. When using throwing weapons, hold the attack button down longer. I gotta thank you for agreeing to this, Snake. Man, am I glad to be out of here. Finally, we can leave all that crap in San Geronimo behind. And break into the mercenary business for real. Let me guess. You're doing it for her, aren't you? For her.
Who could he be talking about?
Are they still here?
Come on, Snake. This could be good for us. They're willing to give us an offshore plant, a place we can finally put down some roots. This is our chance to expand MSF.
We don't need a place to stay, Kaz. We're nomads. We always will be.
What? You'd rather keep wandering from conflict to conflict? Tools in the hands of whoever's fighting at the time?
The second we settle down, who's to say we won't become the warmongers?
Listen to me, Snake. We're not mercenaries. We're not a foreign legion. MSF's a business. A new kind of business. Look, it's not like we're trying to start a war here. All we need to do is find out who this security company really is.
Come on, Kaz. It's pretty obvious that they're backed by the CIA.
Wait a sec. That would mean...
Our friend, the professor, is likely KGB.
I see.
We'd be making an enemy of our homeland.
And there'd be no turning back.
Ah, this damn thing won't light.
Huh?
Put on some coffee, Kaz. It's time for a little chat with the professor.
Is that a weapon to surpass Metal Gear?
Smoker. When I got my medal from the Secretary General, he gave me this prosthetic hand as well. But smoking was ruining my lungs, so I quit. I've not had much use for it since. It's quite an honor to meet the legendary Big Boss.
That's just a code name the CIA made up.
Then perhaps I should call you John.
I don't have a name. I stopped using that code name you liked so much 10 years ago. What about you, comrade? What do they call you back at Center?
Well then, allow me to get straight to the point. Land as slim as a whip, hot as torture.
That's the Chilean poet, Neruda.
Central America is the navel of the American continents, bridging north and south. We want this land. We'll build a socialist stronghold, then use it to split the Americas in two.
America would lose its backyard.
And with it, its economic production, shipping lanes, and strategic value. We, on the other hand, would gain a base from which all of Latin America would be well within our reach. He who controls Central America will win this Cold War. First comes Nicaragua, toppling the pro-American Somoza regime. In preparation, we've begun instigating anti-Somoza sentiment and providing aid to the Sandinista National Liberation Front.
You're manipulating Sandinista into overthrowing Somoza for you.
After the revolution, Nicaragua will become a socialist state.
You think America's just gonna let that happen?
Certainly not. After all, the CIA is already here.
And that's the armed group inside Costa Rica.
Precisely. It's clear that they've been sent in to disrupt our efforts across the border in Nicaragua. Simply put, the army now stationed in Costa Rica is CIA capital. But it's more complex than that. The CIA's got something else planned as well.
What?
That is the million-dollar question. Big Boss, we want you and your unit to find the answer. Infiltrate and investigate the facility in La Costa where Paz was imprisoned. Learn all you can of their operations. Then, drive them out of the country.
You're asking us to settle a turf war between the KGB and the CIA?
What about her? That was all just an act.
You mean her words about peace? She was captured, that much is true. But I've kept my KGB affiliation from her.
And you thought we'd fall for a sob story.
No. I had good reason to bring her along. She managed to escape with her life, but her friend was not so lucky. Why were they attacked? I believe this will help explain. Perhaps they saw something they weren't supposed to. Perhaps they heard something they shouldn't have.
A cassette tape?
Paz took this during her escape. She says her friend happened to record it by accident.
What is that?
A portable stereo cassette player. The first of its kind.
Ah, I heard they were working on something like that in Japan. Didn't know you guys were too.
I believe what you're about to hear.
But that is Japanese. It's Sony.
What is that? A quetzal?
The phoenix bird.
Paz's friend was researching birds. She went out into the jungle to record bird calls and stumbled upon this.
So? So what?
Now it gets interesting.
Poisonous. I need to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's all many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Boss. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the boss.
What?
The other hasn't been identified. Female in her 30s with a British accent. The song playing in the background was a hit in 1973.
What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your mentor? Your mission or your beliefs?
I am loyal to
Boss
myself.
is alive in Costa Rica.
No.
As I understand it, she was your commander, fought by your side. And that you killed her under orders from the CIA, thus surpassing her to become the hero known as Big Boss. Well, what'll it be? Will you take the job?
Snake, it's gotta be a trap.
So you still can't turn your back on your country? Then I suppose you won't need this.
Wait!
Snake?
I'll do it for the girl. For Paz.
Okay. For peace, then.
Oh my god. Well, it's a good thing that didn't happen.
There they are. CIA mercs. Snake, you've got to get past them undetected. Avoid combat whenever possible.
Would you say that this is a sneaking mission?
This is a sneaking mission.
Oh, thanks.
Hide behind stuff. Take the long way around. Whatever it takes to stay out of sight. Your gun is a last resort. It could just as easily kill you as save you. To press up against a wall, face it and hit the action button. From that position, you can press the L1 button to detect enemies. That also works while lying down. The indicator in the upper right serves as a compass and shows sound sources. Pay attention to your surroundings. The percentage in the upper right is your camo index.
Is that like an auto aim?
The more easily you'll be spotted. Conspicuous movements and loud noises will compromise your camo index. Your fatigues will act as camouflage.
Oop. Goal. It's has a couple of weird different things, but that's okay. I guess they really wanted to push the multiplayer aspect, and they added a bunch of these cute little things, but it's interesting.
Looks like you're inside the compound. Security is tight. Stay sharp.
I know I saw something.
No, you didn't.
Enemy attack. We're being shot at. Going to alert status.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
Well, I've already fucked up.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
This is patrol. All clear.
Understood. Return to base. Head for the building to the east. We need intel on that base.
Thanks for the tip. I love that no one saw this guy. Ow. Oh, yeah, you had mentioned that there was like a back issue problem in...
We're under attack.
Gosh. But I never saw it. Was it because I
Understood.
didn't have
Dispatching
a...
reinforcements now. No use, boss. Security's too tough. There's no way you can charge it now. Shake those guys first.
Oh, did they see me? It's because I stood up. Oh, now they don't see me. And now they do. Oh!
Stay out of sight till they build up the alert.
Huh? Or am I... Oh, okay.
There's no way you can charge it now. Shake those guys first.
Well, no, I know it's not a thing in this game, but like, what was it in the last game? I don't think I was affected by it.
This is HQ.
This is patrol. Target lost. Going to alert status.
Understood. The enemy should still be nearby. Find him.
Uh-oh. Wow, their unconsciousness lasts
No
a
use
lot less.
Security's too tight.
Oh, it's a psyche thing.
Yes, sir, we broke them. We acquired the whereabouts of target 500.
Acknowledged. Spears are loaded. The barge has cleared Point Bravo.
Acknowledged. Out.
Oh.
Freeze! The cargo. Where's it headed? What is it?
Airsuit! In the mountains!
What's
Freaking
up there?
Kojima fell for the quick 10 vents.
This is Snake. Kaz, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You found a radio.
It's got a circuit that reverses the audio phase.
Let's switch frequencies from time to time, just to make sure we're not detected.
I found a map of their bases. The cargo's heading from the marshes west towards Irasu.
Nice going, boss.
Kaz, this place is full of film badges. Dozens of them.
Film badges? Like the ones used to measure radiation exposure?
The radio man was wearing one. And whoever he was talking to called the cargo spears.
Wait, that would mean...
Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Holy Mother of God.
That scares me.
How's that map, Snake? Think you can use it?
It tells me where their bases are, but it's just a bunch of points. No routes. I need better intel on the lay of the land.
Snake, the professor said he's got the Sandinistas on his side. Said you should get in touch with the FSL and Comandante.
Do they know they're backed by the KGB?
Nah. As far as they know, they're really fighting for the revolution. The KGB is staying behind the scenes. I'm not sure the Sandinistas are aware of what's really going on.
Still can't believe anybody would bring nukes here.
Yeah, that's a shocker. Costa Rica's party to the Tlatelolco Treaty, which declares Latin America a nuke-free zone. Based on Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles, it bans the testing, use, import, or deployment of nuclear weapons. If word of this gets out, Opinol will be forced to act. It'll cause an international uproar.
The treaty was signed to prevent another Cuban Missile Crisis. If the U.S. itself is gonna scrap it...
Latin America is too close to spawning another Cuba or 2 already. The entire continent would become one big powder keg.
Well, if they did bring nukes, we can't let them get away with it.
Are they planning a test? Showing off? Or is it all to keep the anti-American movement in check?
Good question. Why bring them here? I can't figure it out.
Whatever the CIA's up to in Costa Rica, the professor wants it stopped. We need to find out what that something is.
We need to get ready first, Kaz. Repairs?
Working as fast as we can, boss. This place is pretty beat. It looks like hell. But as long as you're with us, we'll make it heaven. No one can bother us here. No state telling us what to do. This is the MSF's haven, our mother base. And with this foothold, we'll back you up even better than before. We're gonna turn this pile of junk into something big.
Don't turn off the power. Alright. Now you can turn off the power. Okay, this is kind of cool. I have 33 rations. Oh, this game has Psyche too. Why was Trex banned? I didn't do it. Auto assign. Go right on ahead. It didn't do it. Oh. Hey! I see. Okay, that makes more sense. The brig? Yeah. How long did these take? Oops. That's interesting. I kind of like that, actually. Oh. Oh, I see. Huh, this is kind of interesting.
The boss has infiltrated the area around the coastal supply facility and knocked out the soldier there. But we can't just leave him there to be found. I need you to get in there and capture the unconscious soldier using the Fulton recovery system. Do it quickly before he comes to.
Oh. Wait, what did I miss? Why isn't Snake available? When I can play as other people? Hmm.
Use Fulton recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button. send those knocked out soldiers back here. Don't mess around or they're gonna wake up.
Go to sleep.
What the? We're being shot!
What's wrong?
Nothing.
We have a situation. Backup team. Head over and investigate. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton recovery on him. Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Hey! We're under attack!
Oh. It's kind of different that your menus... The game doesn't stop when you open a menu.
What's wrong? What happened? Report your status. Report!
Use Fulton recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
Push the action button.
That's too tall to climb. If only you had some equipment.
If only, dude.
Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton recovery on him. Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there. That area is not part of the mission.
Huh? Where's the recovery area then? Oh, there's a big dot telling me where to go. Why would you recover me here?
Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do.
Yeah. And I'm so heroic right now. This is gonna be a long game, isn't it? I just want to get that new blinker off. This isn't a speech run. Hold on. There you go.
Snake, I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake,
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon. A school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, that's probably good advice.
See, he has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace, and...
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
Thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Oh, is that where you learn things?
I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationship with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring
It's
it
pretty
about.
good. This is a little bit different, but it's
Each
fun.
one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable. And I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Haas can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead. But it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
Single. Yeah, I do plan on playing all of them. I'm gonna do, I guess, Revengeance after this. I've played most of Revengeance though, so I just have to go through it again. And then 5. Well, Ground Zeroes and then 5. I've played some with Ground Zeroes also.
Head for the FSLN boathouse. It's northwest of there. You can use the radio you just picked up by pressing the start button to open the menu window. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window.
Oh yeah, this game doesn't have crawling.
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
What's going on?
Nothing.
The boathouse should be close by. Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the Commandante.
What is it?
Just tired, dude.
Get up.
Oh god.
What is it?
What? Who else is not tired?
Seeing things.
There you go. I like this guy on the watchtower is just watching. Oh, I guess he was facing the other way. Was just watching all his friends like fall over. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. I like nothing.
Now meet with the FSLN Commandante. He's inside the boathouse.
Oh, cutscene. It's just another heat stroke.
Stay away! Don't touch me! Get away! Guinness! Che? No way. What do we do?
Sandinista's right. I'm looking for someone.
Mi viejo! Shh. He's dead. They killed nuestro viejo.
You're his daughter. Then that makes you his delegado, right? Relax, I'm not your enemy. Cuban.
A cigar? I'll take whatever you've got. I owe you one. But I prefer cigarettes, you know. How do I look? A little like El Che, no? You Cubano?
Colombiano, a photographer. I came to Costa Rica to take pictures of birds.
Birds?
Yeah, quetzals.
You've got no telephoto lens. How do you get your shots?
Telephotos for amateurs. It's all in the timing.
Oh.
Let me smoke too.
We can talk about English, please. Chico!
Chico, that's the other person.
This place is crawling with soldiers. They don't look like private security, more like hired guns. They're loaded with the latest gear from all over the world.
I heard they're a security force hired by Codessa.
Yeah, and I'm Papa Noel. Those guys are UCLA's.
UCLA's? La CIA.
I saw them, setting up shop in town. They're planning to do here what they did in Chile.
If that's the case, what are they after?
Whatever it is, it's not us.
You don't think they're here to push you back into Nicaragua?
Impossible. Too much hardware. Too many bases. Didn't you see? They've got helicopters, tanks. It's like we're in Da Nang. There must be something else.
They have a base near here.
There's a factory to the north, across a suspension bridge.
Factory to the north, across a bridge. Have you seen the big transport boat, mercenary crew on the Rio del Jade?
You mean the barge? It's upstream from here. Up toward Irasu.
Any idea what's on it?
I could introduce you to some of our compas up there, but I don't recommend going to the mountains. We've lost a lot of people there. They take us captive, torture us for information about our compas, and then they kill us like pigs.
Got it. All right.
This was our last hideout, the final refuge for El Frente, after being pushed out of Nicaragua and into this peaceful paradise of Costa Rica. Then, El Monstruo attacked.
A monster.
Y mi viejo. Mi viejo. Papá. He was la esperanza. Our hope.
Now that Papa's gone, my sister's la comandante de la revolución.
Do not listen to him. Papa was a hero who fought by Sandino's side. I am only his daughter. You need a special talent to become cacique. It takes someone great to unite all of Las Compas.
Sorry to interrupt, but leaders don't choose themselves. Neither do heroes. You carry on his legacy of La Esperanza, and they'll follow you, no question.
You think so? My compas trust me, but not one of them calls me Comandante.
Amanda!
See what I mean?
El Colibri!
Oh, this is weird.
Es un hombre nuevo, an unmanned weapon, a robot! Chico!
No, he won't survive the fall.
Out of my way! Better for him to die at the hand of a compa than suffer their torture. Stay here. As long as I'm still alive, I might as well repay. Over here! Find Chico! ¡Venceremos!
Snake, what was that thing?
Whatever it was, it looked unmanned.
Unmanned? I'd heard rumors, but an operational unit?
What the hell is going on here?
Not to quote Amanda, but the hardware they've got here isn't just unusual, it's overkill, which means one thing. It's nukes. So the question now becomes why?
We can't make that call yet. We need more intel.
How? Our source is dead.
But his daughter isn't.
Good thinking. We can follow her. Head for the next outpost, and make contact with Amanda if she's still alive.
Roger.
This is on PlayStation 3. Oh. Wait, so I have it? I don't need to develop it? Disposable rocket launcher. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna run and start my laundry, and I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll just put on a BRB. Well, I don't think it'll. I'll put on BRB. Why not? Find a good one here. No. 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 Sure. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Laundry has been started. Target practice.
Commence target practice. As a special treat, you can practice freely on any of the targets in the shooting range today. Shoot away. When you're done, head over to the exit.
I don't know what I did, but I like stepped on a rock coming up the stairs or something. My foot really freaking hurts.
Welcome to the shooting range. Just the place for a little target practice, huh? When you're done, head over to the exit.
I'm done.
Training exercise complete.
Completed. Heroism 0. But I completed it. Oh no, this one's an actual.
Target practice commencing now. Shoot all the targets in the shooting range. When the timer reaches 0, the exercise is over. Hit as many targets as you can before time runs out. Commence target practice.
Oh, I'm not supposed to hit the upright ones. He said hit as many targets as possible. Oh god. I really don't have unlimited ammo for this? Oh, it's still going. Good thing I didn't shoot that one. Wow. Let's see.
The direction Amanda's Sandinistas were going corresponds to the location of the next outpost, a supply depot. We should be able to make contact with her there.
Pink water. Oh, interesting. Oh my god.
Survival.
Okay.
Careful. They've got reinforcements coming.
Oh.
Amanda went across that rope bridge. Hurry! Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
Okay. Oh, that's not a waypoint. That's the direction Snake is facing. Cool.
Stay out of the water. That's beyond the scope of this operation.
Is it? Yeah, I was just here. Oh. I see. Why would the water be outside of my scope of operation? Stupid cause. Or some say Cosum. Surprise.
You might be able to get past the enemy by hanging from the bridge. Press the action button near the bridge's handrail to hang.
I already got Blam.
We're under attack. Going to alert status.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements.
Got him. Oh, yeah, I put him to sleep. I was like, have I been here?
HQ, come in.
This is HQ.
This is patrol. All clear.
Understood. Stay vigilant.
What's going on?
Careful now. They might be holding FSLN soldiers prisoner.
What's that? Is someone there?
Oh.
To send a prisoner to Mother Base, equip the Fulton recovery system. Select equipment by pressing the square or circle button while holding the L2 button. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Press the action button in front of a prisoner to take them to Mother Base using the Fulton recovery system. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I don't remember that guy being on this side of the fence. Nice.
Looks like there's no way around him. You up for this, Snake?
It's a boss fight? What? That's a little weird.
Listen, boss. We both know you're the reason MSF's grown so much, but it's time we started putting more thought into provisions.
Good point. A place this big needs a good stockpile on hand.
The Japanese say, you can't fight on an empty stomach. Something we learned in World War II.
Obviously. Maintaining a steady supply of provisions is one of the basic principles of logistics.
So I went ahead and set up a mess hall team. The team members' numbers and abilities will affect the amount of grub to go around. Without enough food, morale will drop. They get hungry enough, and we could start losing people. Anyway, I need you to assign guys to the mess hall team.
Copy that.
Hmm. Miller is part of the mess hall. That's good. Wow. Sugoi. I'll get one of these. Smoke grenade. I'm good. Dreamcast. Analyzer.
Commencing training mission. Missions like this are key to building up your basic skills. Be careful out there.
I'm only allowed to bring along 2 regular weapons. Oh, I don't have it done yet. Alright.
That's an armored vehicle unit, Snake. Either destroy the vehicle or
Take
neutralize
coins.
the soldiers. Take it out.
Man, I don't know if that's been active. Do I still have that in my descriptions? I need to update those. I think I do too. It was exclamation point coins, but I think you had to PM it to Kuma to get it to work.
You've got to neutralize that armored vehicle somehow.
How could I possibly do
The
that?
accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth. Watch yourself.
Is this guy going to sleep? There we go. Okay, did these guys not sleep?
Go around!
I don't think I have enough of these. Oh yeah, I'm out of ammo now.
Not enough room. Keep it here at the base.
Nice. Back up. Wait, no.
Equipped to automatically recover life when it reaches 0.
Huh? Good thing I have 11 of these. What? Oh, I see.
That takes care of their leader. Recover him and it's mission complete.
Recover him? This really is like Metal Gear Light. Ow.
Amanda!
Shoot it!
You'll fall!
Shoot el Chico Libri!
Amanda!
Chico.
What? What is it?
Can you roll me one? Tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
Chico.
Hold still.
I treated him like a kid again. We fought. I didn't want Chico to know. Kept it a secret. Somoza's Guardia chased us out of Nicaragua. Across the Rio San Juan. And we ended up here. The only reason we've been able to keep on fighting.
Amanda.
The factory. You saw it?
The banana factory.
A front. It's a drug refining.
I think I paid 120 for the one I have. I have the LGX Avermedia.
We use the income to buy food and weapons. Mi viejo never said a word, but we all knew. Everyone except Chico. Everything we have. Our weapons, our compass. He brought it all together. We were going to rebuild our country. Rebuild Nika with our own hands. Even if we had to dirty our hands to do it. But it's all over. We lost our cacique. Papa. I could never replace him. Now they've taken the plant from us too. There's no place left to regroup. No way to fight la revolución.
Here, I rolled you one.
What about you? You're going after that cargo?
Yeah.
Must be important,
Looks that way. It looks like it could be nukes.
What? Nukes? Madre de Dios. No time to waste. We must get to Irasu. The transport route leads there. It must be where they're holding Chico and my compas, too. Whenever Chico and I argue, he goes off to be by himself. That's why he knows more than anybody about their bases. Oh, Chico.
You're pretty worried about your baby brother.
This is why I'm not fit to be a leader.
Fine. It's a little bit out of my way, but just tell me where I need to go.
There's a prison up in the mountains. That's probably where he is.
A prison in the mountains.
You must do something for me. If you can't save Chico, I want you to ease his pain, end his humiliation. If he gives in, if he's about to sell out his compass, please, at least let him keep his honor.
That's a promise I can't make.
Why?
Amanda, we gave up our homes, but we're still alive. We're still fighting. And there's always another reason to keep on living.
I feel alive again.
Amanda, join my unit until you've healed up.
Your unit?
Yeah,
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Snake. Serviente.
Snake? Could it be the great cacique has come to lead us?
Kaz, can you hear me?
MSF here.
One for recovery. She's wounded.
Acknowledged.
Kaz, the cargo on the barge. I was right. It's headed for the mountains.
You think that's where they're taking the nukes?
I'm sure of it. Let's move.
Tortilla chips recipe?
Snake, Amanda's reached the plant.
Snake,
Amanda, how do you feel?
some first helicopter ride. I'll be perfectly happy if it's my last.
As you can see, she's doing fine. I set Amanda up with her own frequency, so call her anytime you need to.
If you have any questions about American bases or mercenary units, or about El Frente, just ask. And please, do not forget my compass and Chico.
Don't worry.
It's good to be working with you, boss.
Snake, we can monitor her condition in sickbay. Remember to assign roles to any POWs you bring back to Mother Base. How this outfit gets built depends on who we assign to what jobs. That'll determine how Mother Base grows. It's one of your most important roles, boss.
Yeah, I know.
Boss, one more thing.
Now what?
It's about sickbay. Naturally, we can use it for the sick or injured like we did with Amanda. But we can't expect people to get better without the proper treatment.
Uh-huh.
So I figure we'll need a medical team for that. The number of team members and their abilities will determine how quickly the sick and injured heal. They can also monitor everybody's health.
Right. Prevention is the best medicine.
You got it. Remember to wash your hands often and gargle twice a day, boss.
If only I had the time.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm gonna just do the main missions next. I'm PTSD. Wait, what? I'm gonna do everything? It's just like it's shooting range stuff. Why should I? Yeah, it's definitely a lighter version, but like the actual main story is fine, I feel like. lot easier too. Oh, whoops. How can you tell when they're fully recovered? Oh, okay, I see. Whoops. Uh-oh, I fucked that up, I think. Is there gonna be another... There's gonna be another team that I'm gonna have to do this again for, huh? Oh yeah, what's this mechs thing?
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazu. But without a guide, it's going to be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear you. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
Ace, what are you talking about?
Chico's in a prison camp north of here. Not enough room, huh?
Not enough room, huh?
basin will leave you completely exposed. If I were the enemy, I'd position snipers there. Better be careful.
Oh, too bad I don't have a sniper rifle. Oh. That's what this is. That's lame. Man.
Sniper, better be careful if you don't want your head blown off.
Enemy attack!
You won't get up there alone. With some help, maybe?
Oh. It's telling me to play co-op like a fucking moron. Good luck, buddy.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Oh, was that the right way? I don't even pay for PlayStation Plus. That'd be dumb.
Chico's in one of these houses. You've got to find him, Snake. To check inside a house, press the action button.
Okay. That's not suspicious. I really do feel like I'm playing a mobile game. I don't know if this was... See, I was under the impression this was originally like a PlayStation Vita game or something. That's the impression I get playing this. Hi. Santa?
Not this one.
Mama!
What? Sounds like someone's urinating?
They've got Chico locked up in one of the houses here. Find him.
Chico, is that you?
Is there a loot house?
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
You're that photographer.
That's right, a war photographer.
Huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa! Is that chess? Can I see it? Wow, the same kind of chair used!
You can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
Those photos! Huh. Oh no, Amanda!
She's safe, don't worry.
You sure?
We're patching her up back at my place.
She's hurt?
I said, don't worry. It's just a broken leg.
You got any cigarettes?
Don't you bit?
Cigar, huh? Hey!
Not for kids. Chico, do you know where they took the cargo?
Cargo? What cargo?
Let me rephrase that. How do they get stuff from the coast up here?
Oh, that I can tell you. When the cargo gets to the harbor, they first send it up the marshes on a barge. Then, they load it onto a jungle train past the banana plantation.
A train?
And transport it by rail. The train stops here. When it gets to the train terminal past the coffee plantation, they reload it again. This time onto a truck, which disappears into a tunnel heading toward the mountains.
Disappears? Chico, what's on the other side of that tunnel?
Jesus.
Nobody knows. None of our compas ever got close enough. He's protected by a spirit.
Spirit?
Yeah, a giant monster. El Basilisco.
Basilisk.
The king of snakes.
Mm-hmm.
No, really, I saw it. I was camping up there one day, and just as I was waking up around dawn, I heard this loud noise. I opened my eyes and saw an enormous shadow. Must have been 30 bara at least. He was walking, on legs as big as trees.
Where did you see it?
At the terminal near the tunnel, but I only saw it that one time.
What exactly were you doing there?
Well, me and my sister got into a fight.
And you just happened to go camping.
You know, their train should be arriving at the place I saw El Basilisco right about now.
Is it far?
No, really. Go past the coffee plantation.
No, really.
And it'll be to the north. What are you chasing?
Something that could keep the world in balance. Or destroy it.
Huh?
I heard that place was a narcotics plant before those guys took it over. But you already knew that, didn't you? Look, I get it. Even revolutionaries need to pay the bills. Still, must be tough for a kid like you to swallow.
You're damn right it is. The route they use to transport stuff is the same one mi viejo used to smuggle drugs. They sold the drugs to the Norte Americanos and used the profits to fund the army. They tried to keep it hidden from me.
Is that why you went camping?
Yes. I managed to sneak
Dude,
into the plant.
Ace, you're North American.
Set it on fire. Everyone treats me like a child.
That's part of North America.
I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not a kid, I'm 12.
Couldn't do it though, could you? Chico, growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life. To do the right thing, you sometimes have to leave the things you care about behind. Parents, family, your homeland.
But mi viejo. Papa.
Chico, look at the photos.
Mi viejo.
He's gone, but there's one thing you don't ever leave behind. Your memories. Keep them safe. You want to get out of here, Chico?
I do, but...
Come back with me. Your sister's waiting for you.
I can't go back. I can't face everybody.
You told them where your compas are.
Uh-oh.
I see. Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all.
I wish I was dead.
Okay then. I'll put you out of your misery.
What?
Any last words? Shoot. You are only going to kill a man. I just wasted a bullet. Don't waste your life. Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo. A new man. Now, give that new life to me.
Huh?
Fight with me, little soldier. Show me how strong you really are. Dry your tears, then promise me one thing. No smoking until you get older. Remember, real heroes are never as polished as the legends that surround them.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that? Ah!
Blah 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 blah.
Snake, Chico made it over.
Snake!
Chico.
Chico.
Made it. Don't give me that. You say you're gonna give me a new life, and then you nearly kill me.
I take it you didn't enjoy the trip.
What's the big idea? Dragging me off in a balloon. I might as well have taken a Calibri.
At least you got a nice view. Or are you afraid of heights?
Whatever. I just wish you would explain it to me first.
Would you have agreed to go if I did?
Thank you for saving us, Snake.
Amanda, a word of advice.
What?
Stop treating him like a child.
Yes. Yes, I know. You're right. I shouldn't.
Amanda, you're coming back after your leg heals, right?
Of course. We still have work to do.
We, huh? Are you sure you've got Chico's future in mind when you say that?
What do you mean? We're sworn to our father's cause, to helping the revolution succeed.
Revolution or no revolution, you pick up a gun and sooner or later you're going to hell. Are you prepared for that?
I am. If the alternative is giving up the country I love, I'll take hell.
Really? Well then, you're gonna have to stop treating Chico like a brother and start treating him like a soldier.
You're right.
Welcome to hell.
Snake, can I ask you a favor?
Shoot.
You find any prisoners from El Frente, you bring them back alive. Because...
You're trying to make amends for talking.
Not just that. Because they're compas.
All right. But first, I've got to catch up to that cargo.
I'll do whatever I can to help. Call me if there's anything you need to know about the area.
And what?
Let me know if you encounter any wildlife you've never seen before.
Never seen before? What, like that basilisco you were talking about?
I'm talking about UMAs.
UMAs?
You know, like ancient dinosaurs or legendary monsters. One day, I'm going to be a hunter.
Oh, is this Monster Hunter?
Is that right? Okay, sure.
If you want to know more, I'm happy to tell you.
Right. I'll be in touch, Chico.
Okay, Snake. The enemy's cargo is headed for the next outpost, a rail terminal.
Chico says no one's ever set foot past there.
Their main base is probably on the other side of that tunnel. Unless we catch those spears before reaching it, they'll be in enemy hands. You've got to stop them. Hurry, Snake.
It's gonna be funny when this is just a huge misunderstanding and this is just cargo for, like, collectible medieval spears.
Let me guess. You want to start running ads in the local gossip rags.
Please, what do you take me for? I thought that with all the new guys we've got, we should get an intel team going.
No.
We send agents around the country
No.
to scout out different locations. That way we're better prepared, no matter where we end up.
That's actually not a bad idea.
They could probably develop recon equipment for us too. We could also have them transport goods and direct the mother base support strikes. You can send an item to a co-op teammate from the delivery menu.
A special report has arrived, it says. Ooh. Chico. There we go. Tortilla chip.
Snake, according to Chico, the nuclear materials will be loaded from a train and onto a truck at a rail terminal near the eastern foot of Irazu. If we can't cut him off at that terminal, we'll be in a world of hurt. Hurry, Snake.
This was useless. Mostly useless. Well, the fight just nukes with nukes. What a good idea. How come nobody has thought about that? You need to be up in the freaking general's office, Ace. You're so smart.
The train terminal is on the other side of the coffee factory. Head for the factory first.
Coffee.
To get to the coffee factory, you'll first need to backtrack to the fork in the road.
Oh.
There's a coffee factory to the northeast. Beyond that is a train terminal.
Where is this sniper?
Can't be imagining things.
Almost did that. Borf borf.
Not enough room, huh?
Not enough room, huh? You have enough room? Orf.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I'm seeing things.
Yeah, you are, you crazy loony, huh?
I think I see someone.
Where are you?
I'm seeing things.
What was that?
Huh? I think I see someone. I'm seeing things.
What was that?
I'm seeing things.
was that?
I'm seeing things.
What was that?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. If you had something to stand on, you could probably reach the...
What could I possibly stand on? Master?
Pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
Yeah, where's all the coffee? I think I got lied to. This doesn't look like a coffee shop. This looks like a bunch of bags. What is it? Oh, maybe he's above me? Explain that, Satan.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
No, I'm talking about the recovery unit. Just goes through the ceiling. Oh, it does have an aim assist. That's what that is. That's fine. That's good. That's why I'm having such an easy time with this game, probably. Tortilla chips! Continue the next mission. Oh.
Looks like we're just in time. Neutralize all enemies and secure the train.
Hey!
I'm almost out of suppressor. Like that.
What was that? What the? I know I saw something.
What the fuck? You dumb fucking.
We're under.
Was he the last one? I think he's the last one. Oh.
Check out the cargo.
It's already on the truck.
Notes.
Peace Sentinel is what that tank is called. Continue the next mission. Oh my god. Don't die. No promises. I need to go check on my laundry too, I think.
Snake, that's an enemy tank unit.
Oh.
Either neutralize the soldiers or destroy the tank. Get them.
I never even used that, which is funny. That's so silly.
Neutralize the enemy troops.
What is it?
They're trying to find you. Make sure they don't.
The enemy's attacking! Going to alert status!
Surround them!
Close by!
Arms and ready! Take base!
Move in!
Oh my god, oh my god. Did they all fall asleep at the same place? Except for one. Oh, two. Oh, he just ran over them. That's so mean. Oh. Ow. Well, you guys gotta be dead now, right? Oh, of course not.
Go around!
Uh-oh. Am I using this right? Oh.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
I don't want to. Oh. Oops.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Kind of a weird way to handle things. Man, I want to CQC this guy. Okay.
You've got their fuel tank. Attack now while you've got a chance.
I need more things.
They've okayed the request for some. Damn it! Looks like they've got a backup fuel tank.
Good thing we had a spare. Did they just dump rations? Oh, hi. Hey, Sober.
Nicely done.
I neutralized the enemy tank.
Snake, the truck is headed up the mountain road past the tunnel.
So it was nukes after all.
What now? Their main base is up ahead.
I better hurry after them then.
But
Kaz, if I don't get moving, it'll be too late.
all right, I guess you never did let dangerous
The story's fine.
version get in your way.
How do I get inside the mountain? I can forget about the tunnel.
Yeah, the tank took care of that.
Any other routes?
Why don't I let a local expert take over?
Snake, you need a way into the mountain?
Yeah, got one.
Let's see. Do you remember that precinct I was in?
In the village, right?
Right. Go back to the village and head north. There is a bridge that connects to the mountain road.
Is this game making me double backtrack now?
That's probably the best way. But there is a little problem. The path heading north from the village is barricaded. You might have to break through.
Got it.
The heart of Irasu. That's where the enemy's base has got to be, Snake. And maybe...
Let me guess. The Basilisco.
You don't believe me, do you?
No, I mean, we'll have to see.
Snake, Irazu features a number of crater lakes. The Odeberg government had planned to use those lakes to construct hydroelectric plants as one of its big state development projects. The project was scrapped, but there's still a small opening at the bottom of the lake.
Meaning?
I checked the satellite imagery, but didn't see anything man-made, which means they probably built a base inside the mountain. Could just be a storage igloo for explosives, or maybe some kind of research facility.
What do they hope to accomplish by bringing the nukes there?
First things first, get past that barricade north of the village. Looks like the only way through is the noisy way. You'll have to blow it up.
Yay!
Got anything you can use to blow up that barricade?
I don't know, literally everything.
Don't think so.
What?
It depends on what kind of barricade it is, but I'm gonna need some powerful explosives. think you could work something up at Mother Base.
How about asking the R&D team to make you C4 explosives? If we don't have enough manpower, you'll have to go find some somewhere. But first, see what we've got going on at Mother Base, Snake.
What? Well, I don't seem to be allowed to make C4. Do I have to go on a mission and come back now? Or is there C4 on the next mission that and I didn't even have to do none of that? Betcha I didn't have to do any of that.
Snake, the C4 we're working on right now will help you blow a hole in that barricade. Give us a little more time to finish it.
Alright.
Just be aware that if we run out of GMP, work's gonna grind to a halt, and we'll have to add some folks to the combat unit.
I'll keep it in mind.
Commence target practice. As
Really, I have to take this off?
Welcome to the shooting range. Just the place for a little target practice, huh? When you're done, head over to the exit. Training exercise complete.
Yeah.
Snake, the C4 we're working on right now will help you blow a hole in that barricade. Give us a little more time to finish it.
What do you mean you're not done?
Just be aware that if we run out of GMP, work's gonna grind to a halt.
Yes, take me to Mother Base. %. What do I... Well, I guess I can't cheese it.
Here's a rundown of your mission. This one's perfect for a warm-up. Nice and easy. Don't let yourself get lazy, though. Stick to it and get the job done.
Yeah, I feel like, hints will probably be okay on this one. I kind of just want to get through it, honestly.
You need to use Fulton recovery on all the soldiers. Be careful not to kill anybody.
Well, no, I'm just finding this, like, kind of... Well, not kind of. I'm finding this one really easy and just kind of boring, and I would much rather get to the next game.
What was that?
Nothing.
I think I see someone.
Is he seriously coming to check it out? From his watchtower?
Enemies close by!
Rip.
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup.
Negative. We can't spare reinforcements. You'll have to make do with what you have.
Or the POWs. Oh. 33 main missions? That's not so bad.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. That area is not part of the mission.
That's, yeah, what I'm thinking, and then I could just watch, like, whatever canon ending is on YouTube or whatever. I swear I heard someone over here. Are they not all in this area, maybe? This is just... oh. No? Invisible walls are cool. Am I supposed to kill the enemies? I don't have anything to kill them with. Guess I have this.
The mission's a failure.
What? I don't understand.
Neutralize all the soldiers without killing them, and then use the Fulton recovery system.
Whoops. Oh, am I supposed to recover these guys too? Oh, I thought I was looking for prisoners of war. Shut up.
What was that?
Nothing. Oh, there goes the... And there's one more somewhere. Whee!
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Yes! I'm such a god. Butterfly. Yeah, no, I didn't... I wasn't really sure if this would be hard. Yay, see freaking 4. Oh, look, I can smell good. A new plant has been built. Oh, I see it. Interesting. Good luck. Spicy curry. Just what I needed. Yeah. Why is the logo a plane, but it makes helicopter sounds?
Snake, I've got just the explosive to bust through that barricade. C4. We finished developing C4 charges. Take some with you.
Okay. Oh, I should have checked on my laundry. I'll do it after this.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Okay. Okay.
Enemies close.
No, I'm not.
What was that?
Huh? I think I see someone. Freeze.
I said freeze.
Head west from there, and it'll take you straight to the prison camp.
Whoa. You can interrogate in this game. Don't look.
Here he is. We found the enemy. Send backup.
No, shoot the fucker.
Dispatching reinforcements now.
Oh boy. What? Zigzag. Wait, can you do it in one also? Oh my god. Oh, I see. I knocked his head off. Or his hat off. Yeah. Chips.
Hey! I know I saw something.
Nah, dude, it's all good.
First, equip your C4. You can't plan a charge unless it's equipped.
Oh, alright.
To plan a C4 charge, hold down the aim button and press the attack button. Good work, Snake.
You hear that bang?
No, I don't think anyone heard that bang.
Being shot at.
That blast is gonna Snake, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
What
You gotta talk to Amanda.
What happened?
She wants to leave sickbay and get back on the battlefield.
No.
She's not fully healed. She's still in crutches. Who'd be crazy enough to try and fight like that? You have to talk some sense into her.
Is she with you right now?
Put some knives in
No,
the
she's in
crutches.
sickbay. She keeps shouting about how she doesn't want to be there. She won't shut up about it. She's driving me.
Let her go.
What?
If that's what she wants, let her go.
I'm really not in the mood for jokes, Snake.
I'm serious. Let her go.
Why? So she can come back in a body bag?
I'm really not in the mood for jokes, Kaz.
What are you talking about?
Amanda isn't the type to just sit around in sickbay. She has a sense of duty. Her purpose in life is to fight. The battlefield isn't just the best thing for her, it's the best thing for her compass, too. She'll be a huge morale boost that can only benefit MSF.
You think so?
You're good at fighting, Kaz. One of the best. But you've got a lot to learn when it comes to people.
So, where should I put her?
I'll think it over and find a team for her. Don't worry. She won't let us down.
Whatever you say, boss.
I remember doing interrogation in Ground Zeroes, I'm pretty sure. I don't care. How many have I done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I'm on number 9.
You're north of the village. The truck carrying the nukes is heading towards the heart of the mountain. That's its final destination. We've got no intel on what lies beyond, so stay sharp. Cross the bridge and head north.
Someone attacking? The enemy's attacking! Going to alert status!
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
HQ, come in.
This is HQ.
This is Patrol. All clear.
Understood. Return to base.
What is it? Get up.
Oh my god.
The enemy's attacking. Going to alert status.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements.
Damn it.
Proceed with extra caution.
HQ, come in.
This is HQ.
This is Patrol. All clear.
Understood. Return to base. If you had something to stand on, you could probably reach that. That's a truck route you're on. Their base is up ahead. Move out.
I'm seeing things.
There we go. They definitely made it harder by giving all these guys helmets. For me, at least.
I'm seeing things. Enemies close by!
What?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. beyond that fort. You've got to get past it somehow.
Can't be imagining things. Can't be imagining things. What's going on?
Don't wake him up. Oh hell. Alright. Well, this guy fell asleep.
Wait. Can't be imagining things. What's going on? Rise and shine. The enemy's here! Next.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I like how excited he gets to get on the ladder. He has some thrilling ladder experiences.
Guys, I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
If that's where they brought the nukes, then the truck we're after should be there. Snake, can you tell which one of the trucks brought the nukes? One of them must have the same license plate as the one from the terminal.
Oh my god, I don't know. That's not even an actual code. I don't know. I can tell you which ones it ain't. This one, this one, this one, and this one. It's either this one, this one, this one, or this one. I can find something special. I'm fine with hints on this. Which one? What's the special thing? Each one has something different. Which one's the correct one, and then I can check all the other ones. Okay.
Nothing.
Is this the one I just checked? Oh, nice. How does that fit into lore? It actually doesn't seem to matter, I don't think. What? What? I wish I understood that reference.
This is the one. The exhaust's still warm.
Oh. I picked the right one.
It's already been offloaded.
Just a minute. This isn't what we agreed on.
It's too late. The changes have already been finalized.
You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to launch.
I am not arguing with you, Doctor. Our goal is to create the perfect deterrent.
That's why I agreed to help develop it.
However, in order to achieve that perfect
Is that
deterrent,
Otacon's
we must
dad?
show the world our strength. 3 key principles ensure effective nuclear deterrence. First, you must have nuclear weapons. Second, you must never use them first. And third, and most important, if someone attacks you, you must strike back. Unless we prove beyond a doubt that these 3 principles work in practice, the world will not accept our new deterrent. And the only way to do that is to show them we're capable of actually launching a nuke.
But isn't deterrence supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one we launch will be the last one ever.
I won't let you use my creation like that.
Your creation? That thing wasn't even your idea to begin with. You stole it, didn't you?
Stole it? You're one to talk. You got the idea for bipedal locomotion from the communists in the first place.
You listen to me, Doc. Keep quiet. Do as I say. Not another word about stolen ideas. Should we succeed here, you'll be the toast of the scientific community. And your name will go down in history.
He will join you, Rip.
Progress and national security.
The hell with that!
Doctor! Unless we prove we're capable of launching, Peace Walker is useless as a deterrent. You used me! We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. Peace won't just come to us, Doc. We are going to have to meet it halfway. V for victory.
Wait!
Hey, you okay?
Don't do it!
Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke!
Yeah, I wasn't sure what that said. Could it be Metal Gear here?
Take him out!
Oh my god.
It's one of the unmanned! Heads up!
Continue next chapter. From Metal Gear Solid 4? Huh.
Careful, Snake. I've never seen anything like that, and I've got no idea how to bring it down. Maybe the scientist knows. However you do it, take that thing out.
Were AIs really being developed around the 70s? Oh yeah. Let me go check on my laundry and I'll do this next mission. Ow. I just hit myself with my headphones. Okay, I'll be right back. Hi, Ace. Get my gloves off for a bit. Gonna eat some food. And by food I mean I have a bag of bacon. This is like the Dark Souls 2 of Metal Gear.
That's an AI weapon, the pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
Engaging shock mode.
Lie flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
Firing boosters.
There'll be some warning signs when it's coming out.
Commencing jet.
I don't think that helped.
Engaging shock unit. Firing boosters.
Oh my god.
Take those lightning rods out. They direct its electroshock attack.
What do you want me to do?
Shock output of maximum. Engaging shock unit.
Oh. Hi. What are you doing? Nice. Wow. A hard boss in this
Energy
game.
incoming.
Firing boosters.
Did I die? I think I died. Yep. Metal Gear Acid? No. What? What?
That's an AI weapon. The pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
Engaging shock units.
Lie flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
Boosters.
Oh, and stay flat. Okay.
Engaging shock units. Boosters.
There'll be some warning signs when it's coming out.
Did they use, like, Miku?
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
I swear that's Miku's voice.
Engaging shock units.
Take those lightning rods out. They direct its electroshock attack.
Oh, I just take them out.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. This will be sent out shortly.
Hey, let me go get my stuff.
High voltage incoming.
Oh, no.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Ah!
Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod.
Others outside. Others outside. Others outside. Others outside. Others outside.
Wait, how do I do that?
Others outside. Others outside. Others outside.
Oh.
Others outside. Others
What?
outside.
Climb into what hatch?
It's too late. Stop it from moving.
Oh my god, am I blind? What the frick happened?
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Oh. Blow the hatch. I see. Well, I don't have enough stuff to do that. Oh my god.
The pupa's back up and running! Shut it down again!
No!
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
To be fair, I would also ban Trex. Alright. Oh god. I'm so good. Wait, did I not get another ration? I didn't equip it.
What's wrong, boss? Respond! Boss!
Well, alright. Now I know what to do. The 2-weapon limit is kind of balls.
That's an AI weapon. The pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
Engaging shock units.
Lie flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
Silent boosters. Engaging shock units.
Whoops, whoops, whoop, whoa, 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 whoa.
There will be some warning signs when it's coming out.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Engaging shock units.
Ow.
Take those lightning rods out. They direct its electroshock attack.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Really? Oh my god. Okay. Got it. Do not stand under the box. I am wiggling this as hard as I possibly can.
Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod. should be able to get in the AI pod!
Too spoiled. No.
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them. You can unlock
Oh yeah, that's what I meant to
by
say.
destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon.
What?
Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
Okay.
No good! That one's broken!
Well, I think I've taken them all. Bye.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to, anyway. Name's Huey. And who might you be? You don't look like one of those mercenaries.
Me. I'm an entomologist.
A fighting entomologist?
Yeah, I specialize in butterflies. I'm here to catch Ulysses.
Ulysses? Huh. I didn't think they lived in Costa Rica. Morphos, maybe?
That's it. Need to get some before the Washington Treaty goes into effect.
Says here Morphos aren't covered under the treaty.
Must have slipped my mind.
You sure you're feeling all right?
Anyway, long story short, the butterfly got away. So how about it, Doc? Did you make that big butterfly too?
Yes. And no.
What was that thing? What are they doing here?
Huh. Something tells me you're no ordinary entomologist. The nukes were loaded on that machine. The project's entering its final phase.
Project?
That's right. The thermonuclear warheads they brought in, the bases scattered throughout Costa Rica, the mercenaries, the AI weapons, the research we were conducting here. It's all for this. We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called chrysalis and a treaded type, the cocoon. Motor control, target detection, tracking, attack, capture, and transport functions are all controlled by an electronic brain. There's no need for a human pilot. They can only follow simple commands, though.
Why build them here?
For the CIA. They invited me here a year ago.
That's who that guy was.
CIA's station chief for Central America. Goes by the name of Hot Coldman. Apparently he was some sort of hero back at the height of the Cold War. He's the one running the show. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker?
They're going to deploy a new type of nuclear weapon along the Caribbean coast of Latin America. A mobile, unmanned nuclear platform.
unmanned nuclear platform.
A fail-deadly system that can automatically move into position and launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. It can move on its own, and stealth shields it from radar and satellite detection, drastically reducing the risk of it being destroyed in a preemptive strike.
And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. There's no dry season in the Caribbean. It rains all year round. The terrain is full of tropical rainforest. A lot of the time you can't even build a proper road. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker.
Chico's Basilisco.
We did the assembly and field testing here.
A walking nuke.
I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back. Put simply, nuclear deterrence is the idea of using nukes to keep nukes in check. If one side launches nuclear weapons, the other is sure to launch theirs in retaliation, which makes launching an act of suicide. In the end, neither side can use its nukes. It's thanks to this doctrine that the world's two superpowers have avoided all-out confrontation. Nuclear deterrence has brought us peace. At the very least, it's prevented another world war from breaking out. But the theory of nuclear deterrence exists only on paper. In reality, there's no guarantee that either side would follow through with retaliation. There's the chance that a preemptive strike could destroy all the missile bases, render them unable to retaliate. But the biggest flaw in the theory is that the decision to retaliate has to be made by human beings. Let me give you a real-world example. Let's say Country X launches first against Country Y. If the people in charge of Country Y are like you and me, they're not going to be able to retaliate, knowing that they're effectively ending all human life.
So then the weak link in nuclear deterrence theory is the uncertainty of retaliation.
Bingo. And that creates a loophole Country X can exploit to launch the first strike. Which is why we designed the system to be unmanned. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain. It chooses the appropriate target and launches a retaliatory nuclear strike every time, without needing human input to make the call. Launching a nuclear strike against Peace Walker is tantamount to pushing the launch button against yourself. It closes the loophole in nuclear deterrence theory, rendering our friends in Country X completely unable to launch. What Coldman is saying is that to achieve this goal, we need to demonstrate that retaliation will be carried out by a machine. He will launch his nuke. And then his version of deterrence will be complete.
And you believe him?
I believe in peace through nuclear deterrence.
Why?
My father worked on the Manhattan Project. He put his whole life into that research.
Oh God.
And then I was born, unable to walk. I had no choice but to face up to the nukes. But if they do end up launching, it'll all have been for nothing. They've got to be stopped.
Where'd they take the warheads?
To a base near the border. The final test is 5 days from now.
Where's the base?
You're gonna stop them? It's kind of a hike. And besides, there's a surefire way to halt the project. You see, Peace Walker isn't quite finished yet.
What do you mean?
It's missing one last critical structural component. The AI. Its brain. The reptile pod, the electronic brain I was working on, can only follow commands like, go there, attack that. I guess you could compare it to the human cerebellum. But for nuclear deterrence to work, it must function in place of a human decision-maker. It needs something to analyze the huge volumes of data coming in and select an appropriate target for retaliation. Hence, it needs the high-level decision-making ability of a cerebrum.
A mechanical cerebrum.
The hardware configuration is modeled on the human brain, similar to the pod I worked on, but its role is completely different.
Where's it being made?
A research lab to the north. An AI expert named Dr. Strangelove is developing it.
What a name.
Very hush-hush.
Dr. Strangelove.
Strangelove was recruited from the States, too. In the field of AI, there's no one better, that's for sure. But man, what a basket case. She hates everybody. Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. I'm pretty sure they haven't finished the final calibrations yet. I'll lend you my ID card. It'll get you through security at the lab. Oh, and one more thing.
What's this? A letter of recommendation?
Yeah, it's from me to Dr. Strangelove.
Oh my god.
Don't read it, okay?
Freaking the entire Otakon family is just a bunch of crazies.
I'm done with science. At this rate, I'm probably already halfway to hell anyway.
Not so fast. Why not join us? Our place is outer heaven. You'd fit right in.
Outer heaven?
Yeah.
I'm probably better suited to something like that than this paradise.
Good. You get a free balloon trip for signing up. Enjoy it. You'll feel like a butterfly.
You're an agent, right? Who do you work for?
Me. I was a Cold War tool, same as you. Now I'm not so useful anymore, so they cut me loose. I don't answer to anyone. Call me Snake.
Snake? That name seems familiar somehow.
Death. Probably just deja vu.
You see that there? Beyond the cloud forest? See those ruins?
Yeah.
That's where you'll find Dr. Strangelove's lab.
That's kind of out there.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better. This is quite the pad you've got here, boss. I'm impressed.
Call me Snake.
Whatever you say. Like it or not, everyone here calls you boss. By the way, if you're at all interested in improving your tech, by all means assign me to the R&D section. I'm pretty sure I'll be of some use. Once we have the necessary materials and blueprints, we can start work on that bipedal mech.
I appreciate that, but are you sure you're okay with having your work used for war?
I'll be using it to keep past mistakes in check. If I can help thwart the Peace Walker project, I'm happy to do it.
Deterrence theory, Huey style, huh?
Anyway, if you need any intel on the enemy's weapons or electronic brains, contact me. I've been given my own frequency.
Sounds good to me, Doc. I'll do that.
Good. Whatever the means, you must put a stop to their plans.
Hey boss, you mind if we powwow for a sec?
What now? MSF brand rations?
Actually, that sounds... No. With all the men we have now, it may be time we started sending some of them to other countries.
You mean dispatching mercs?
How else are we gonna keep feeding the crew we have?
I know. You're right.
Okay, to deploy troops, select Outer Ops from the Mother Base menu. If it goes really well, we might even get new recruits, weapon design specs, or leads on new missions. We can deploy any vehicle...
Wait, did he not voice Metal Gear Solid 5?
As well.
And if things don't go really well?
Yeah, we could lose men. I won't try and force you. You're the one calling the shots here, boss.
Huh, I did not know that. Maybe they had a fallout after this game or something.
Snake, Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project. To prevent its completion, you'll need to either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain. According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's lab. It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 2. Oh my god. How many chapters are there?
Snake, how's the mule treating you?
At this pace, I should be there by tomorrow morning.
You've got to hurry. The AI could be completed any time now.
It'd be nice to have a guide.
Already on it. I've enlisted Paz to help you. She knows the jungle pretty well.
Snake, I know you are an expert in survival, but you need to stay alert. You are in an ancient jungle so foggy, you can hardly see the trees. It is home to
She sounds 5 and not 16.
Including 400 types of orchids. There are also 500 species of butterflies and over 400 species of wild birds. The bedrock is solid enough that Mayan ruins have miraculously survived centuries of earthquakes.
An AI lab in a Mayan ruin. Who'd have thought, hey, Huey?
My sentiments exactly. That doesn't mean security's any less tight, though. You still have the ID card I gave you, don't you?
Got it right here.
That'll get you through the gate, no problem. After that, you're on your own. As long as the AI remains unassembled, Coldman's plan's on ice.
What about security inside the lab?
Well, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Strangelove demanded that the security presence inside the lab be kept to a minimum.
It's not all good news, Snake. Coldman knows we're here. He's raised security in the area surrounding the lab. You'll be seeing a lot of that Chrysalis UAV, and a bunch of patrol choppers too. There may be scouts in the jungle lying in ambush. As you approach the lab, be extra vigilant.
I'll be careful.
Did they use these AIs in Ground Zeroes? Because the song sounds familiar, or it might just be me. A little song they sing.
Strangelove's lab is a few miles to the north. It won't be long before the AI is complete. Don't let that happen.
It is Miku, isn't it? That is literally voiced by Miku. I think it is.
If there's enemy scouts around here, they'll be nearly impossible to see.
Well, it's a good thing I've got the sound thingy.
Watch out. Enemy search may not spot enemies that are actively hidden.
The voices of the AI robots, I'm pretty sure, are a Vocaloid. I don't see anybody.
Somebody there?
Sneaky
Nothing
bitch.
here.
Oh, this guy doesn't give a shit. Oh yeah, you can't crawl in this game, I forgot. Watch this. I'm an expert. I see one there.
Somebody there. Nothing here.
Thanks, Wayne. Josh. These nature sounds are relaxing. Look up. Oh, okay. Oh, it's just a regular helicopter. Oh, it's a helicopter fight. Continued in the next chapter.
Thanks for putting me on the R&D team, Snake.
You're
I'll cut
welcome.
to the chase. We've commenced development on our own bipedal weapon. The only thing is, we don't exactly have easy access to resources here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget of a defense department behind us.
I understand. That's why I want to ask you something. If you fight any more AI weapons, could you try to gather as many of their parts as you can? That would really make things go a lot smoother.
Again, easier said than done.
If anyone could do it, you can, boss. You single-handedly took out the pupa.
True.
Look, if you're not interested, I can just work with what we have here. I'm not trying to force you to take unnecessary risks.
I would agree with you.
You're the boss around here.
The actual
No
Metal Gear fights are right.
Think about it.
Well, so far,
Also,
the one that I
each
fought.
AI weapon has a head part that serves as the core of its armament. Recovering a head part will allow you to use the weapon associated with that part. But those guys won't go down without a fight, so don't get too preoccupied with this stuff.
Don't worry. I'm not about to risk my life for a bunch of scrap.
I would hope not. One more thing. Our new bipedal weapon needs a name.
Good point. We can't keep calling it our bipedal weapon.
I had a talk with Miller, and we came up with Metal Gear Zeke.
Metal Gear... Zeke?
Yep. As you know, Metal Gear was coined by Granin.
And Zeke?
It's a name the U.S. military gave to Japanese aircraft that flew during World War II. Zeke was the Japanese Navy's best fighter plane. So are you okay with that, Snake?
Sure. Fine by me.
Miller was saying that
You're
an army
right.
without borders will need a deterrent against other countries. He's right. With Metal Gear, MSF can achieve true independence.
Here's hoping.
Snake, that's a hind. You've got to take it out somehow. Either neutralize the soldiers or bring down the chopper. Good luck.
Why not both? I already have the law equipped. I am the law. Zoom in on Snake's face.
Who's that?
It was me.
Eliminate that squadron, Snake.
Yeah, whatever.
Go around!
Hey guys. Watch this. Yeah, owned.
Move in!
No, don't move in. Go away. Mine too. Oh my god, he takes 1,000,000 hits.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Why would I want C4, you stupid morons? Oh. Yeah, take that. Hi. This is the silliest thing, I think.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box.
It's like, oh, I'm out of ammo. Bring me more. Thanks. What? Where'd it go? What are you doing down there?
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Ah, hi. You know what I wanted to try? Oh, am I right in the... Hi. Come here. What's this? What's this? Come here. Oh, come here.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
He's not coming. Oh, yes! Okay. This game's not that bad. What? No, not now. Uh-oh. Sorry, guy. Oh, he's alive. He's fine. I think that's a trick in 5, isn't it? You could do something like that. Oh my god. Stop. For one of the bosses. I thought it was just a way to take out people. Let's do another supply drop.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Oh, there you are. Zigzag. Shut up.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Oh my fucking... Oh, it costs money and resources, so it's not free? What? Unbelievable. This is so boring.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly. Missile loaded and ready! You're going it alone? No way! You're out of your mind!
What are you talking about? Oh my god. Some good hitboxes in this game.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Oh my god, dude. How do I hit a thing? No! Oh my...
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
I've okayed your request for a cardboard box. 2 rations. Thanks, but that literally doesn't help me. Oh. I have no way to defeat the boss. I didn't know there was a limited supply of those. Even though it's completely obvious. Why can't I? Oh. That is a non-CQC item. Thanks. Why does this game have a 2-weapon limit? Why am I able to run out of ammo and not be able to do damage during a boss fight? Maybe I can make him go down back into the waterfall. Take that. Yeah. Do I not pull the pin? Yeah, he pulls the pin, so it should be active right now, right? Do I really have no way to beat this boss now? I'm gonna tranquilize it to death. Alright. Nice. Good. trembling in his boots, dude. I really don't. I have no way to do damage to him. See? No, I thought I was honestly missing something. Man, I can't even suicide. Seriously? Wow. Scan that thing. Yeah. Question marks. Peace Walker ending. Sinister PSP videos. Hold on, I need to add it as a monitor capture. I think I've had enough of Peace Walker. Look at Sinister, go. I don't care. Yeah. Oh, play or something? Final clip is types to Kaz. Wow, this is horrid. Let's try something else. New ending, I guess? Oh, I don't. Oh, look at the cute cat! This one? Yeah, this looks good.
It is no use. Zeke is out of my control. This is where it ends.
Is that Paz?
Listen to me, big boss. As long as your army is needed, the world will never know true peace.
It's the boss?
The peace you will know will be fleeting, elusive. They will use you, disgrace you, and then finally discard you like they would a cancer to society. This is the path you have chosen.
I skipped too far. Rip. Do you have a good one? Friendly reminder, Peace Walker has 2 endings. Yeah, while you're doing that, let's see how, oh, I'll do Revengeance. I want to do Revengeance. Where's Steam? I don't have it installed? Am I stupid? I don't think this will take too long to download. My frame rate might go down pretty fast though. Love is alright. I'm bad at platformers, so I don't get too far. Time for some Jackbox. Nice joke. Yeah, I saw actually that there was a second one. The second one looked a lot more interesting than the first. I don't know why I even still bother having this installed. Dark Souls got an update already? This has nothing to do with Dark Souls. Why is it showing all news but shows Dark Souls at the top? That's the timestamp, 2 hours and 41 minutes. Whoops. What's the in-between stuff that I should know? Should I bother? Wow, I actually watched like half the movie already. It looks like. Except this. I haven't seen this.
We could always get rid of it later. Load it onto some fishing boat and leave it out in the middle of the ocean.
Leave what into the middle of the ocean?
There's something I need to discuss. At least.
Oh my god, this is... I feel like this is way too far ahead.
No need to thank me. At least now I
You sure it was 241?
There's something I need to discuss with you, boss.
Get to the point, Kaz.
We recovered the nuclear warhead that was loaded onto Peace Walker from the bottom of Lago Kosibolka.
What?
Warheads are radioactive, even if they're relatively stable. If we just left it there, it would contaminate. Also, equal just be. Snake, Zadornov has disappeared from his cell.
What? You're kidding, right?
Afraid not. You got a new mission. Find Zadornov.
Big boss!
Is done.
What are you talking about?
V for victory. Rocket, peace.
Kaz, I found Zadornov. I had to kill him.
Huh. So much for our fugitive.
Something's not right here. I'm thinking he had a friend.
Someone inside MSF. Huh?
What's going on?
It's Zeke. It's moving.
What?
There's somebody inside. I can see them. Snake, get up here. Pronto.
Oh, so those missions that happen on Mother Base? That's kind of cool. The quality of the game was pretty bad too.
Took you long enough, big boss.
Pause.
Oh, it is pause.
Get down from there before you hurt somebody.
Maybe I want to hurt somebody.
What's going on? She's not herself.
Oh, I am myself, all right. My true self.
Kaz, shut that thing down.
I can't. The controls aren't responding.
Then how's it moving?
I made some modifications. This machine was meant to have a human pilot.
Modifications? Paz, what are you...
Never thought I'd be into machines, huh?
Then Zadornov's escape was a diversion.
Paz, what are you doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back? Where?
To our leaders. To Cypher.
Cypher?
This weapon is Cypher's creation.
Paz, get down from there.
Do not call me that. I am Pacifica Ocean.
I feel like I missed a lot.
My them all to me. My entire life has but one purpose. To carry out Cypher's plan. The nasty tobacco. The angel of peace crap. The whole teen with a dream routine. I am through with all of it.
Pause. You can't.
I told you not to call me that. It makes me want to puke. Everything is going exactly as we planned. Now the real Peace Walker project is finally about to reach its goal.
The real project?
Once upon a time, there were two young men who idolized a hero called the Boss. One day, they suddenly lost the point of origin. This Cypher, that was like a mother to them. Unable to come to terms with their sorrow, they each decided to carry on the will of their hero. But they could not agree on what that meant. In the end, they became bitter enemies, and the Zero from which they both started was split into two. And you have been on the wrong path ever since. There is no happily ever after waiting for you in the end, unless you obey the will of Cypher. Where does an army without borders call home? A state without borders, of course. A world without borders.
A world without borders.
The Cold War order is about to collapse. The age of electronic intelligence is about to begin. The NSA, CSS, NRO, DIA, etc., etc. The intelligence community that is long bickered amongst itself will be united in a world governed by electrons. Cypher will gather all information, watching over the world and guiding the will of its people, all while they remain blissfully unaware. There will be no one to oppose them. For the first time, the world will be ruled by a single will. Until the new order is in place, you and your army will be the force that protects it. You will be Cypher's deterrent, pulling the wool over the eyes of the old order with your charisma and military prowess. Accept our offer, and we will allow you to retain control of MSF and Zeke.
That's an offer.
The boss threw down her gun, and with it, her life's calling. You, her disciple, have never been able to do that. You are too afraid to let go.
I was made to fight. I am a gun.
Is that so? Then what do you call this? Is it a gun too? You are a lousy liar. Admit it. This thing is a monstrosity. A product of your own fear. But not Cypher. Cypher thought of something different. Cypher's going to control guns.
Control guns?
That is right. Not deter. Control. It is the ultimate approach to the illusion of peace.
Control power. You're gonna be disappointed.
Then we are done. Thank you for playing. Better luck next time. The offer is rescinded. And now the ultimatum.
I feel like in the 70s, thank you for playing means nothing.
I'm taking the weapon you built and using it to launch a nuclear strike on the east coast of the United States.
You're insane. What are you after?
But wait, here is your consolation prize. We are about to show the world just how dangerous a gang of outlaws, an army without borders, can be. You and your men will become pariahs, and you will be wiped off the face of the earth. Rather than heroes, you will be seen as a well-armed extremist cult prone to indiscriminate outbursts of nuclear aggression. You will give rise to a new world order, an age of deterrence defined by its fear of extremist cult influence. Do you like the picture I am painting, Big Boss? When all is said and done, peace is nothing but a fantasy. A game is a game. You either win or you lose. All you can do is fight. Stop me if you can. The peace sign is the V of victory. Say, peace.
I'd say, I feel like there was a actual plot line where she did have multiple personalities. Some by Paz. I skip ahead. Is this the song that actually plays during the fight? This is actually the final boss song. That's amazing. I'm gonna skip though. What? This game looked like a freaking disaster.
It is no use. Zeke is out of my control. This is where it ends. Listen to me, Big Boss. As long as your army is needed, the world will never know true peace. The peace you will know will be claimed.
So that's the grind that everybody talks about. You have to grind your R&D to build the Metal Gear, right?
This is the path you have chosen.
And you don't get this boss until it's created. That sounds horrible. What were they thinking? It's almost like this game was thrown together. Just a little bit.
How's it going? How's Zeke look?
The attitude control AI had a backup, so it should be able to walk.
Really? Oh, that's good.
Beyond that, it's up to the creator. Stop! Don't come any closer, Doctor.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Do you despise me?
Doctor, are you asking me out?
No, not at all.
No? Pity. Because I've just had my heart broken by someone else.
Wasn't she the nuclear specialist in Metal Gear Solid 1?
On their own. If you fancy me, then come walk with me. Who knows what miracles might happen. Love is blind after all.
Hey, Raisin.
Take your time.
Oh! Wait, hold up. It's Emma's mother. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm dumb. Yeah, that sounds about right. I was thinking... I don't know, for some reason I thought Sunny, and... my mind went all sorts of places really fast.
Snake!
No, Ace. I thought that you were the worst person ever existed. You went from doctor to mother. Thanks, Ace.
That name Paz mentioned at the end. Cipher. It's a code. It means empty.
A cipher is a cipher?
It also means...
Zero.
A world of electronic intelligence, built on codes. And at the center of it all, a zero.
Borf, borf. You're gonna get some frame drops here because of that download.
Apology. Hear me out, okay?
Sure.
I, knew Paz and the Professor. I knew who they really were all along. I used them.
I suppose you were the one that brought them to Columbia in the first place, huh?
Guilty as charged. Paz wasn't just CIA, you know. She was working for the KGB, too. And for this Cipher group. In other words, she was a triple agent.
You knew all of this?
Wait, let me finish. Listen. MSF never would have gotten this big if it weren't for them. This mercenary business...
Oh, I thought that was a
It's
stepmom.
gonna be a new driving force in the world economy.
Is that your goal all along?
The Cold War is not going to last forever. Sooner or later, it's going to give way to an era of regional conflicts and terrorism. A paradigm shift from counter-communism to counter-terrorism. In the new age, armies won't be tied to states, and war will become a business. We'll be a valuable
Oh, that is the stepmom. Okay.
our services.
I think I get it.
MSF is only the beginning. What we're creating here is a revolution in itself.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. I see.
It's not going to be that easy.
What do you mean?
This whole Peace Walker thing has left our mark on the history of the Old Order. We've put ourselves on the radar of intelligence agencies and governments east and west. The whole world probably knows about us now.
Including that Cypher outfit.
We've let ourselves interfere with the times, with the Cold War system of deterrence. We're an army without a flag. We weren't supposed to take sides in international affairs, but we did.
I see your point. So what happens to us now?
We'll be hunted.
Not everybody's gonna be happy with us, huh?
You're damn right. We upset the global military balance of power.
And these people would rather our army without borders not exist at all?
They're gonna come knocking real soon. There's no turning back now.
Well, there's tapes in Metal Gear Solid 5 and Ground Zero, so I'm not too worried.
As long as the times refuse to change, we're gonna make a hell of a racket.
Then who are we gonna fight?
The establishment. Anybody who tries to restore the old balance wants to snuff us out of existence.
Which establishment?
It won't be a particular country or ideology that hunts us.
Who then?
We are going to be fighting the biggest beast of all. The Times. 10 years ago, the Times rejected the boss and killed her. And now, we're the ones being tested. Will the Times erase us? Or work with us? It's gonna be a lonely battle. No good or evil. No winners or losers. Business will have to wait. The question we have to ask ourselves now is, can we survive long enough to see the 21st century?
I'm with you, boss. We'll see how it turns out together.
The hunt is on, Kaz. And the whole world's on our tail. Assemble the men.
What about the women and the children too? That's a lot of reading that's going really fast. That it? Oh, I skipped it. Whoops.
forsake our countries. We will leave our motherlands behind us and become one with this earth. We have no nation, no philosophy, no ideology. We go where we're needed, fighting not for country, not for government, but for ourselves. We need no reason to fight. We fight because we are needed. We will be the deterrent for those with no other recourse. We are soldiers without borders, our purpose defined by the era we live in. We will sometimes have to sell ourselves and services. If the times demand it, we'll be revolutionaries, criminals, terrorists. And yes, we may all be headed straight to hell. But what better place for us than this? It is our only home, our heaven and our hell. This is our heaven.
A request? What's the request? Subscribe! Watch this video. What is this? The launch trailer? Alright, yeah, I can watch that. Well, I've played Ground Zeroes a little bit.
Peggy 18.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, I forgot how great this game looks. Holy crap. Even the trailer had frame rate problems. Is this where I'm supposed to stop? Metal Gear Solid 5 is disappointing. Oops. Is this done downloading? Done downloading. Let me turn off the display capture. Every game is disappointing. Dude. I'm disappointed by every video game ever. Like, what's the point? I need to make sure my controller is actually working. Because I think I restarted my computer. And I have to do a thing every time I do that. Could not. Okay, yeah, I do. When you use the DualShock 4 on Windows, it has a bit of a hard time. You have to like remove it and re-add it. It'll work, but it doesn't run in exclusive mode for whatever reason. Human interface devices. Controller. Disable. Disable.